Morning. How is everyone doing? Hello. I fancy seeing you here. I was playing through the game quietly by myself. And one of the many things that got me into streaming in the first place is like, why not just stream it if I'm sitting here all alone? I've got music playing. Let me check my filters, sorry, for music. But I hadn't got very far, and I figured I wanted to go through this one on stream. Because this one, after we clean it, I would love to actually come visit this place properly. I would love to come here and actually explore this place. But if I remember correctly, I was cleaning the fountain. You can see I've started a little bit. But if I remember correctly, isn't there a switch on the back of this statue? Perhaps not in this version. Oh well. Volume check. This bit of the statue, the fountain, is probably going to take the longest because we have to get underneath things here. I will apologize up front if I don't do much talking on stream today. I was just sort of vibing in my own space. I put the Tomb Raider soundtrack on. Speaking of which... Ooh. I have been spending a lot of money lately. But there is one game. So I did my Christmas shopping very early on. I say very early on, but no, it wasn't. It wasn't very early on at all. I did my Christmas shopping 2 days ago. But I did go out and get myself some purchases for myself. That's so blinding. That I've been wanting for a very long time. So I set aside a decent portion of my paycheck to just finally get some things I've been keeping an eye on for the longest time. This was not one of those things. Powerwash Simulator was actually not on the list. The Powerwash Simulator DLC for Bikini Bottom, however, that's on the list. I want to get that eventually. And of course, to get the DLC, you have to win the base game, so... But... you might recognize where we are at the moment. And you might be thinking to yourself, why does that look so familiar? I also must apologize if I ever sniffle on stream. It's not intentional, but I am coming off of a bad side of a head cold at the moment, so... Steam is not very happy at the moment. We'll just continue what we're doing, shall we? But I did have a memory. I remembered there's one other game that I am reasonably interested in picking up this Christmas. Oh, that fin. Oh, I can crawl under here. Wonder how the butler's doing. I don't think my sailing soundtrack has the Nice violins track in there. I don't like that squelching sound, that's so... Winston! Perhaps it might be judicious to say a few pertinent points while you work. If you must. But I will be demanding tea. This crop is quite an extraordinary view. I don't say. I have a ladder. She demands exacting standards both from herself and of others. If you excel, you'll meet with a generous side. If not, Miss Croft has an extensive and colourful vocabulary. She had cheek, but I'm sure she wasn't colourful in her vocabulary. How do I get up there? Is that high enough? I slip there? I mean, I don't even... Alright. Statue done. What the hell Steam's doing? Shall we get the central pedestal done next? I don't actually know if I've got Tomb Raider 2 set up for streaming. I know the first one is, because I've got all the PSX packages over top of the DOS install. Despite playing this game, I won't pretend for a second to know what the fascination with power washing is, because I've heard it's a bit of a meme. However, dingo ding, it's very hypnotizing playing the game. But if this was a psyop to make me buy a power washing tool, I don't think it's working. I'd have the game, so I'm satisfied with just the game. The squelching noises are thing. You can't say I'm a fan. There we go. I don't know if there's any meta to this game. You get a bunch of nozzles, so you can change your power washer model, but then you've also got the nozzle extension. I don't know if, like, the nozzle obviously makes it powerful further away. The longer the nozzle, I should say. But you've got... Sorry. I'm gonna use gun terms. The barrel extension makes it more powerful further away. I'm using the stubby gun because I'm usually pretty up close. And then the nozzle you've got... I got the 40-degree nozzle here equipped, which is the widest nozzle I can have. But you've also got the 0-degree nozzle, which is just a pure jet of water. And I will completely admit to not having the slightest clue if there is any actual use case to not using the wide nozzle. Because the wide nozzle just seems to cover the most space, and if you don't go too fast, it's pretty fine for the job. Not sure if that's annoying for people who... I don't know. Is there a meta? Is there a real life meta for power wash tools? Are you meant to use certain nozzles for certain things? My brain says covering the most area is the best effective method, and I don't know if that's not the case. It's just, it seems satisfying to pick the wide nozzle and spray whole swathes of space. At least until you need to get into areas, and then you got this little wiggly one. Oh! This is not my first time playing the game. I played a little bit with John earlier today. My John. And so far, it seems like estimated time for a clean start to finish per person is, I would say 3 hours? It's not a quick game. I've been at this for maybe, like, I had some of the fountain done when I opened up stream, because I was like, well, if I'm gonna play the game, I might as well stream it. So I had some of this fountain done, and I've been live for 40 minutes, and we're still on the fountain. I did the Santa workshop map earlier with John, and that was a 2.5 hour clean. Although that one was a bit tedious, I will admit. The Santa's workshop map has like 500 distinct objects you gotta ding. know it's been a while since we've seen Lara, but it's a bit excessive that her pond fountain is this bad. Covered in mold. Honestly, if she's been away this long, I'm surprised the butler is even still alive. He was barely holding himself together back when we played the games in the 90s. You'd bump into him back in the day and you weren't sure if it was the kettle, the cutlery, or him that was making all the jingling noises. Game I would love to stream actually some days would be Time Crisis. Light gun shooter style stuff would be really neat if I could get a system that actually ran it. Although we have a PlayStation 2 in the house, so I'm sure I could just plug in a light rail system into that, get a capture card and call it a day. I've suddenly realised the only unrealistic thing about this game at the moment is that when you wipe the muck off with the water, it doesn't all magically scoot that way. It just deletes. Because I would imagine sludge this thick, it would be like scooping it up and pushing it that way. You wouldn't just get rid of it, surely. Hey, Snow! You bring hydration? You don't end up with a big pool of sludge and water. Have you used the Powerwash thing before? I've never seen one of these used in real life. I've seen the game before. If we wash anything with water, it's usually just a hose. We put our finger in the nozzle and make it more powerful. All the water has to go somewhere. That's true, I didn't even think about the volume of water. We could fill up Lara's fountain here. And done. Fountain probably has a drain somewhere. I know it does have internal piping because I'm pretty sure this little guy spits out... Normally, from memory, he spits out a bit of water. Oh. On to the next task. We're an hour in and all I've done is the fountain. Can you sit down? Why can't I put you... Oh! I have to aim you at the ground. Right. Suppose I'll have to just get started somewhere. Completely misremembering. Was there a Time Crisis spin-off called Dino Crisis? Or is Dino Crisis just unrelated to Time Crisis? Probably. Right. In all of my time playing Tomb Raider, I don't actually think I know the history of the manor. Not that it's super important. I know it was her father's manor, and then he disappears. Rob, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year in case I don't see you. Hopefully, I'm on 2 weeks break at the moment, so I'm hoping I can make the most of it. Merry Christmas to yourself as well. Have you got much planned for the break? Might even turn the game down just a tiny tidbit. A slightly loud game. So I can not fight it for volume so much, perhaps. I haven't followed any of the reboots of this game. Tomb Raider for me was the... Is it the core... Crystal Dynamics, I think, did the first 3. And that's my bread and butter. That's my Lara. I don't know anything about the reboot Lara. Oh, the movies as well? Angelina Jolie, that was part of my repertoire. I did watch those. These frame drops are kind of annoying. I didn't have it until I opened Steam. I have regrets. Not really, just visit your brother and his family tomorrow. Could still be nice though. I've technically not got a whole lot planned for Christmas myself, but it does include lunch with the family. And then following Christmas Day, we've got the second lunch with the second family. But that's about it for me. Not a whole lot planned, so I'm hoping I can use my time on break just to come say hello and catch up with everyone, because it's been such a long time since I've been on Twitch properly. I've got 2 weeks before I have to go back to work. Plenty of time to catch up. So annoying. How is that still dirty? Oh no, is this the whole thing? Is it like a whole piece? At least up to the seam there, I take it. Yes, it was. Right. That's all done. I wonder if it's... maybe that's something to do with effectiveness. Maybe it's more effective to do a thinner spray further away than it is to do the wide spray up close. It does look a bit more effective, but it could just be because I'm not up close enough to see the stuff I'm missing. No, it really does look like it's just as effective and covers almost the same amount of area. I do wish there was a dedicated walk button, but it's tied to where you look. So if I walk while looking up, I walk fast. If I look down, I walk slow. Which is great when you are looking down to clean, but when you're looking up to clean, it feels like, I mean, I guess that is a nice compromise. Just using the free aim mode, not the worst. then you control the speed the nozzle moves at. Which is the problem, is like when you walk, it's a fixed speed based on what height you're looking at. What do you think? 5% done? 10% done? How close do you think we are to being done? We'll take a step back and have a look, shall we? Once we get the ding here. %, done. I think I could say 10% done, right? I'm guessing that too. So there is a shop, and you can buy different power washes, equipment, and cleaning liquids. But I don't know what we're plugged into. It just seems like we pull water out of thin air. I don't know if I have a back. No, because in co-op you don't have a backpack in co-op, do you? Because there's no way this gun would hold enough water to run for more than maybe 10 seconds at the speed we're projectile vomiting the water out. Like, that thing, if that thing is all the water source we have, it would last 10 seconds and it'd be out. But when you're in the shop, it does show like a little nozzle that plugs in at the bottom. But we're not plugged into anything, so not a clue. It just designed it to not think about it, I guess. Because I imagine you'd have a backpack normally. I'm also not sure what the soaps are good for. Because you have like a soap mode. This doesn't really clean a whole lot, but it does soap stuff. We've got glass cleaner, rapidly removes all dirt from glass surfaces. Let's try. Alright, so the soap mode with the right soap does the job. Good to know. And then it unequips it when you take soap mode off, which is also good to know. I feel like we're gonna have to get on the balcony here to do this bit. Is that not the battlement there? Not done? Oh, the battlement is the whole piece. Right. Boy. I think I ran out of Tomb Raider music. The entire Tomb Raider soundtrack might have just played, and I don't think we're even a quarter of the way through this. Tomb Raider 1 and 3 remastered. It's 20% off. Oh, it's not out? It's coming 14th of February 2024? I can wait. I don't know if it's gonna... Oh, the promotion ends 14th of February on release, so it's going to be 20% off that entire time. I can wait then. I don't need the remaster yet. I've got the originals, and to be fair, it is one of those purist things for me where I do think I still prefer the originals and how they look. It's just... you end up having the version that you grow up with, and you're too used to it. So when something new comes out that makes it all HD, you're like, eh, it's not the same. I did the same thing with the Crash Bandicoot remake, even though there was nothing technically wrong with those the models and textures and everything. I had a way bigger problem with the platforming hitbox being changed to a pill, so you couldn't gimmick the game as easy. But also, it's a platformer. Changing it to a pill. Why? Why mess with perfection? Go! Merry Christmas Eve. How are you doing? Can I climb up the wall, or does it just jump? It just jumps. I hope you're having a lovely Christmas. I'm enjoying some time off as well. I've got 2 weeks of holidays before I go back. So I'm going to try my best to catch up and say hello to everyone in that time. And stream a bit more. I miss streaming. Hey, Gooben. Welcome in. A long time no see for a lot of people here. I haven't streamed in a month. And I've not streamed frequently for this year almost at all. It's been an odd year for me, but not a bad one. Surprisingly tough work, exterior cleaning, isn't it? Well, it would be a lot harder if all I had was a regular hose and a sponge. You went through 4 flannels on 1 brick alone. With this grime, it doesn't surprise me. But it does raise the question of where the Lady of the Manor even is, if this is the state the manor's in. I expect you brought some high-fangled gizmo. Speed up something. What did you say? Speed up the process. And even so, with my magical never-ending supply of water, and also the ability to just delete all the water and gunk that I'm spraying, this is still going to take 2 or 3 hours on a good day, if we can pick up the pace. I'm gonna mark it. I think that... Can't even reach that far. There you go. I think that pillar there is gonna be my halfway point mark. But it's gonna be that pillar halfway point marked all the way from top to bottom. If we can get that far, I would call that halfway. So that would be my benchmark for judging how much time we're going to take to do the other half of the house. Maybe the matter's in this shape because she ran out of money. That's gotta cost a lot, traveling to Peru all the time. Especially just to go spelunking. There's not much money in spelunking. I suppose not unless you sell off your finds to a museum. Assuming that you find something they want, that is. I wonder how much a museum would pay for a relic of the lost city of Atlantis. Hell, mummify an Atlantid, bring them an actual test subject from... What was her name? Natla? Making actual Atlantid soldiers in the modern era. You have streams more this week than you did... You stream more this week than you did the whole year. Alright. gonna lurk in game for a bit? Good to see you, and good to see you, Joe. I will admit, and this is a complete nothing, don't take this to mean anything, but I keep staring at Silent Hunter 3 in my library, and I genuinely do keep thinking I really want to go back and play it again, because I got past the tutorial, and then that was kind of it, and it was all back when I was learning how to stream too. So there was a lot that was just getting in the way of me playing the game properly. I still have a separate stream scene set up specifically for Silent Hunter 3 because it has so many hotkeys that I can't have all the hotkeys I want in OBS. I had to set up a different hotkey layout for that game. So let's see. Okay, that just works. The soap thing is just good when you use it on the right surface. Interesting. But the reason I say don't take anything out of that statement is because I know myself. It's not just Silent Hunter 3 I stare at and go, I should play. It's most of my Steam library. Almost everything in there has the same effect on me where I go, I should play that again sometime, and then I never do. No matter how good the game is. I want to play Oblivion again. My favorite, genuinely my favorite all-time game is The Elder Scrolls Oblivion. And every time I see it, I'm like, I should do a playthrough of The Elder Scrolls Oblivion. And then I don't. Because that's just how I work. I will find new things to do instead. Although, having said that, I did play Red Dead the other day again. That was nice. I really missed Red Dead, so it was kind of cool to log back in. And for the first time since I made Ruby Red, I actually gave her the accent she was meant to have. Every other time I log in as Ruby Red, I accidentally just forget that I'm meant to have an accent, and I keep just talking normally. Come on. Meant to reach that high? Excuse me. I guess the narrow nozzle might be able to do the job. Go. Oh my good word. I'm never going to be able to get that. How am am I meant to get that high? Unless I can stack these on top of each other. Doesn't look like it. I don't think I can. Because you've got the hedges over here, which are slightly higher than the scaffolding. Or about the same height, even. The hedge maze. But even if I could get... Because there's an invisible wall. That's the problem. You can't jump onto the hedges. So I'm not actually sure, because look at all of that. There's like a shadow. Okay, well, if it's possible, it's possible. Looks clean. Oh. That was actually one of the first things I tried doing when I opened the map, was try to get out of bounds. Because I knew there was a hedge maze, so of course the first thing I did was try to climb over the hedge maze because the door's closed. It's a remake of the combat music. Just the Graham, yeah. Let me find out what we actually are listening to. I do apologize if the sniffles catch on my phone. It's sort of a reflexive action at the moment because I am coming off the other end of a horrible head cold. So this is Tomb Ambience for the Egypt Crypt in... Is this... This is Tomb Raider Anniversary soundtrack, so I don't actually know. I've only played the trilogy. And even then, not all the way through. I think I remember in number 3, I got probably not very far, but I do remember distinctly that it was some kind of secret over the other end of a quicksand puzzle, or a quicksand trap. It was either bait, or I just didn't figure out how to do it, because I kept dying to the quicksand. Pretty sure it was number 3, because number 3 was the one that was showing off the quad bike. And number 3 is the one where the quad bike is here at the manor. I think it's number 2 is where we are at the moment. Tomb Raider 2 has the fountain in the hedge maze. Tomb Raider 1, I'm not even sure you can go out the front. I think in Tomb Raider 1, you start at the entrance to the house with boxes everywhere because you've only just moved in. Hang on. If you only just moved in, then surely you don't inherit the place from your father. I wonder if maybe the Angelina Jolie movies were the retcon for the father or something. I don't remember if that had any story relevance whatsoever in the games, actually. It wasn't a bad retcon. Even if it were a retcon at all. I don't know. But yeah, Tomb Raider 1, when you start the mansion level, I'm pretty sure you're just... The cutscene is all the way out there. So the cutscene starts, the camera swoops in, flies into the front door, and then you're just in the mansion, in the game. I'm testing my memory and I'm gonna have to find out soon. We'll boot up the game and see if I'm right. What else I want to play again sometime? Daggerfall. I had 3 save characters on Daggerfall, and all of them have just been neglected now. I took Engargia back... Oh, no, it's Engargia in the 3rd era. I suppose if the name is a headache to say, I can just call it brain freeze. It's Old Elvish for brain freeze. Or it's, what is it? Old Elvish directly translates to cold wisdom. But I did have Engargia in Daggerfall. That was one of my characters. I had an Argonian mage who had absolutely no skills in magic. It was one of the worst characters that I ever concocted because I made them useless at combat, put all of their skills into magic, and then gutted all of their magic so they can't even cast spells. fun character to play because of all the limitations on it, but it sucks in combat. Did you ever get to complete the Valheim Mistlands yet? Technically, no. I was saving Mistlands for the co-op run with Blue, and that has sort of fallen to the wayside since I've been at work again, because most of the time when I get home on Saturday, Friday, Saturday was when we normally did it, which worked out. Friday, Saturday I'm home, I don't work Saturday, so we can still do the co-op run, except I get home and sleep. Because I don't get a lot of free time during the week, and the Friday, Saturday is like the only time I get to relax. And I spend almost all of it asleep. And our schedules don't exactly match up because he works late nights and I don't. So I'm sleeping when he's at work and he gets home and streams and I'm still in bed waking up and groggy. But that was the run that I was waiting to do Mistlands on, was that co-op run. So technically, no. But I've done bits and pieces. I've done everything but play through Mistlands start to finish effectively. I've killed the Queen. I haven't farmed anything from Mistlands yet. I haven't actually done like resource stuff. But I've used most of the weapons. I've killed the Queen a few times now. It's really just that I want to sign off on it and say I've actually played Valheim front to back like a normal playthrough, and that was what the co-op run was. But, I don't know, because we're probably not going to be able to complete it during my 2 weeks break, because we take it at a fairly slow pace anyway. Which I don't mind. I play most things painfully slow as it is. But it does mean that when it comes to actually ticking it off my list of things I've done, it's probably not going to happen for a while. At least not a whole adventure. Not resource gathering, farming, not going through... I didn't even know until we did the... Was it the road? The one road run? It was no map. Sort of no map, but we followed a road. And I believe that took us through the Mistlands. And I didn't even know, like, half the resources everyone was picking up then, I was like, I don't know what that is, I don't know what it does. I've not built anything, I've not crafted anything. So that's what I am still looking forward to. Just having more of a genuine experience with Mistlands, playing through it quote-unquote normally. Because so far it's only been challenge runs that I've seen the Mistlands through. Or just running into the bugs in other playthroughs. Although I've seen some other people playing Mistlands and it looked like there's more updates out at the moment. It's hard to tell sometimes because I'm so out of the loop. I don't get a lot of time to watch streams, let alone stream myself. So when I see people with what looks like new content, I have not the slightest clue. If they don't have mods in the title, I don't know if it is or is not. Not a clue. Because I have not been keeping up with any of that stuff. But it looked like there was some new stuff out. I said earlier when we were cleaning Santa's workshop that I wouldn't mind a mop. I don't think a mop would do too much here. Look how thick this is caked on. Look how thick this is caked on. A mop is not going to do anything. A mop... Oh, I don't know what the screen was. I feel like a mop would just... This isn't doing anything. You just wipe it around. That's what a mop would do. Oh, it did something. Look at that. Sandblaster option. That would be interesting. Having a limited supply of water. And then the counter to that is you have to sandblast stuff that isn't breakable. Like, I could imagine sandblasting windows would probably do some damage. You'd at least scratch the glass, if not do something a bit more serious. But sandblasting concrete and stone, when you only have a limited supply of water, would be an interesting, like, challenge mode to this. I know it has challenge modes, but I've not looked into that yet. I think for the most part, the challenge modes from what I was reading is stuff on a timer, so just how quickly can you clean something. Some people have been streaming the Compact mod for Valheim. It's basically an overlay. Basically overlays a new game over the Valheim game, just in testing at the moment. I've not heard of it. Maybe that's what I was seeing then. Was people playing Compact. Because I feel like I would know if a new biome was out. That's too big. Too big to miss out, even for me, in my brief times getting on Twitch these days. I feel like I would have noticed a new biome. Compact offers a lot of major changes to graphics as well. Interesting. Like a HD like a texture overhaul, or do they actually change some of the lighting stuff? Because Valheim is already a very pretty game. I'd be curious to see what the mod does with the engine. And it's no secret that Valheim's prettiness is all in the lighting. If you took away the lighting, it probably wouldn't look so good. I'd like to test this theory out now, a little bit of morbid curiosity. If I turn the lighting engine off, how does Valheim look? It runs on Unity, doesn't it? I wonder if I could get a Unity plugin to disable lighting. Or like shading. What would you call it? It's post-processing. I think is specifically what does all of the colouring in the lighting. When you fight a boss, that's all post-processing. And you can swim underwater. There you go. That's what I saw. Okay, so the Compact mod was what I was watching then. Definitely looked interesting. Specifically the underwater stuff. That was fascinating to see. This is my halfway point, wasn't it? I was a little bit off because it says we're 54% cleaned. And I've only done the bottom part. 2 bits and a few others testing up for bugs. Joe's show is testing as well. I'll have to catch up with Shahu's show if he streams. There's been so many people that I popped in and said hello, like here and there. But normally it's, I say hello and then I immediately have to get back to work or I'm immediately off to bed. So it's not much of a hello. More just like, I'm alive. Still here sometimes. It would be nice to catch up and actually properly say hello and see what people are up to. But it's been a while since I've seen Shahusha on. Because that's the other curse with being so busy all the time. If I don't even check Twitch some days, so I don't know who is and isn't still streaming. His last stream was yesterday, as in his final stream. Is he moving on to other things, or just too busy to do it frequently? Ding. He's doing more volunteering and into music mixing. Well, that's neat. I will say, one of the few times I have been on Twitch, I have been following a few more musician streamers now. I don't know if he's working for someone with music, but it would be neat to be able to add someone else to my music stream collection. Because it's easy listening. When I lurk most of the time anyway, it's nice to find content that you can have on in the background without, you know, like sometimes with games you have to tab over to find out what all the fuss is about. Oh, someone died. Oh, something exciting's happening. But with music streams, it's just a nice vibe to have on in the background. And I don't have to be an active participant, as rude as that might sound. Even if he's done with streaming for good. I hope he's enjoying what he's moving on to. Excuse me. I breathed in the wrong hole, I think. You know what? I would love a coffee. I don't know. Nothing's open at the moment, though. I was just thinking I'd love to go get a coffee, like order one, but nothing is open. Oh! Step! I don't know why I got so excited for the step. Because the balcony there can also be walked on as well. Speaking of audio mixing, that reminds me, I need to actually... I'm going to send off an invoice that I have completely forgotten about. One of the best things about working in the education industry, at least in my state, is that education has like a free access to bypass copyright. And having some basic knowledge on how to mix and splice audio together. I've had a couple of schools in the area asked me to basically mix together end-of-year performance concert songs. It's always fairly simple stuff, but it's an hour's work. It's nothing I'd ever upload. No, I couldn't because of copyright, but it's not something I would ever put in a portfolio and go, hey, here's some of my work. It's more just you splice together a few songs with timestamps and the school doesn't have to worry about mixing and I mean, part of the package, of course, I do normalization, volume control and stuff like that so that one song isn't louder than the other. But since I'm mostly working with pre-mixed and pre-mastered stuff, it's fairly simple. You grab 6 or 7 songs, 2 of them for the 5/6s, 3 of them for the 2/3/4 class. Except with the Christmas rush at my with my day job, with the Christmas rush there, I completely forgot that I am actually meant to bill people for those hours and not just do the work and send it off and call it a day. I've just been so flat out. We moved offices, so I think it was the 18th? Was it the 18th? I forget. I finished work last week. The Friday just passed was my final day at work. Lara! I trust Winston has extricated himself from the freezer in time to make your tea. No! I want tea. Actually, I remember asking him for tea hours ago. There are 2 things that always find their way out, the truth and Winston. It's true. The only way to trap Winston ever in any of the games is in one of the secret rooms that has a timed lever. I never knew that was his name. stuff like that is fun though. You can get really good result with a minimal effort. I find it's really hard because I am working with teachers, not musicians. So while I can find really great ways to mix songs together and blend the two into these perfect... You can have a lot of fun with it. There have been so many times where I've put in that effort, put all of that effort into making sure the mix is beautiful, and then I get a message back saying, hey, can you shorten the distance between the two songs? And basically it's just them saying, can you undo that edit and just hard cut the music somewhere on beat? And it does kill me a little bit inside. Especially when the BPM doesn't match. Trying to blend those sorts of things together. Especially, good lord, one of the ones I had to do this year was an Elvis song into a modern pop song, and it really didn't work. And the only saving grace was the BPM being close enough together that you could cut on the beat. And they sort of worked. Not on a metronome, but close enough that it worked with the performance. So when you have some tricky situations like that, when you actually get the perfect mix and they tell you to undo that, it's like, ew, I don't want to. Customer's always right, but I don't want to. I was proud of that. Glass cleaner? Hello? Refill? I have to it's a liter per use? Oh. Weird. At least that does make it easy. It's not so bad. It just... when you try and find that really nice sounding edit audibly, the big problem I have, because of the audience I'm editing for, they choreograph first, and then they sort of figure out the timing based on choreography. So you can't really mess with the timing too much. So when you find those nice edits and you sort of try and fit it into what they're asking, they can still be like, no, I need 3 seconds shorter because the choreography, we don't have anything for that piece. I get it. It's a small school performance, but I still get to have the fun of actually mixing those things together though. I'm just glad I don't have to learn mastering or anything like that. The most complex it has to go into is normalization. You get some songs that are... some songs are mixed so that they never peak. And then you get other songs that actually have like a bit of compression so that the peaks are all identical. If you don't know music, this won't make sense, but some songs will just have the audio as recorded and the loudest it ever gets is 0 decibels, the peak. And other songs will compress that spike, the outlier, down to match the rest of the song so they can make it sound louder. I'm explaining it probably pretty horribly at the moment, but excuse me. I could do an explanation. I could do a better explanation with the visuals because I learnt all of my audio stuff from visuals alone. I learnt every shoddy bit of information I know was picked up from staring at wavelengths and waveforms. All the way back on Windows 98 with the Windows sound recorder, and that thing would have the green graph that would flicker when you... that's all of my knowledge is visuals, and I'm a visual learner, so my explanation probably made 0 sense. But if I could point at a thing and tell you there's the peak, some songs do this, other songs do that, it would probably make a bit more sense. But that's the most complex it ever gets, is my point. I don't have to do too much. Lara, since you're home, can you go tell the butler to make me some tea? He's always hobbling around with that tea set. I was hoping he would come out and say hello. It gets difficult, especially if you don't have very clear instructions as to what they want. Yeah. I usually end up with doing about 2 or 3 revisions per performance. Which, because I'm only charging hourly, not per revision or anything like that. It's not the end of the world for them to make revisions, because if I bill them for a half hour's work and they're like, oh, this doesn't work, we need this changed. And then it's like, okay, well, I'll just tap on another 15 minutes of these hourly rate or whatever and call it a day. That's the model that's worked. It's not really one I advertise though. It's more just people that know ask and I'm just like, yeah, sure. Subaru, welcome in. Oftentimes because they don't actually know what they want. That's the other thing too. It's usually such a simple job, there's not much to get wrong. It's just that some songs blend together so beautifully and they don't care. They just want to cut at 1:20 and the next song to start because that's what the choreography is set to do, and that's fine. Sometimes it's near impossible to get songs to sound good cut together unless you have like an interlude or a gap between to bridge them. There have been times where I've had to like splice in, like there'd be like a song would just have a bridge before the chorus or something like that, and I'd take that bridge and put it right where I want the next song to start and then use it as its own bridge to the next song. I've done stuff like that before. Very rarely has it ever stuck, but I think I've got 1 or 2 through that ended up being liked and used, so that was nice. But yeah, there's not much you can get wrong, because there's not really a lot to it that they're asking. Most of the time, that template they're referencing is them just hitting next on a CD player or something. Or having a YouTube tab preloaded, ready to go, and they tab over and hit play as quickly as they can, so. And it is fun. And I have to remember, on the new year, I'll have to send that invoice through. How are you doing, Subaru? You having a lovely Christmas? I'm talking about audio mixing at the moment, and the fact that I had put together a couple of bits and pieces for a school, and completely forgot in the Christmas rush in the last few weeks, I completely forgot to actually invoice them for the work. So I've sent, like, the job is done. I sent them the music, they've done the performance, everything was good. I never heard any complaints. So I hope it was up to scratch. Just completely forgot to invoice them as all. We're apparently 65% through. You know what I've been watching a lot of lately, though? YouTube. Nothing out of the ordinary there, but specifically, I've been watching Freddy Fazbear's speedruns. Is this done? Window frame is not done. There we go. There we go. I need that other ding, please. Thank you. Despite not really streaming much, I don't think I've ever been busier than I have been since September. I've just not stopped, really. I've got 2 weeks to just sit down and chill though, which is nice. Lou, you're awake! You're not meant to be awake. You're meant to be freezing cold, starving hungry, and dying. I completely forgot to ask Snow to do so, but did Snow pass along the hydrate to you? The answer's no, because I forgot to ask. All of that and you've still not eaten. What are you doing up chatting here? Go get something to eat. You have someone in the house that makes grilled cheese, right? You keep... That's how you get grilled cheese made, is you make them, they appear. Someone brings them in, magically. I have to make my own. Speaking of, I should go make grilled cheese. Oh, she's sick as well. Damn. We do not have Christmas here. Do you celebrate anything instead? Subaru. Do you have like something else besides Christmas on the same date? Let's go around and do the skirts. Maybe that's what's happening to all the water. Maybe there's no giant puddle in the middle of the courtyard because it's steam. Look at all that. That looks like steam. Eating is not overrated. It's my favorite hobby. It's why I weigh as much as a sheep. We have something like Christmas code. Is that EID or is that an acronym? EID. But not in the same time or near the same date. Okay. You don't have anything for December 25th then? Because I know... I used to know a Jehovah's Witness. I went to school with one. And they didn't have Christmas either. I think they were what you might call conscientious objectors to the whole thing. But they did have something equivalent. They just gave out gifts and met up on the same date. But it wasn't tied to the same celebration, was all. You do not think sheeps weigh a lot? Lambs don't. Sheeps are heavy. Reasonably. Sheeps can weigh up to like 300 pounds. Semi-messed up, but how was the gift? It's lovely. I wasn't, to be honest, my memory's not the best on a regular day, but I'd completely forgotten you took that crab seriously. So that was a very nice surprise when you shared that. I'll finally have something to replace, so... I'll hit this key. Is that... No? I took it off of the end stream thing? Stream start has it, but there's John's drawings of of them. I'll finally have something else to put in the art corner. It's been a while since I've had anything I could put there. Oh, that's not entirely true. It's been a while since I've had anything board related I can put there. Wait, hang on. This isn't board related. Look. Never mind. I'm dumb. I might put it there anyway. You know what? Fuck it. It's me related. Why not? I'm pretty sure it's on the AFK screen too. Yes, yes it is. that actually. Might be the better option here. Or not? Large window? What am I missing? Okay, I found it apparently. Make a good phone background. That's true. I don't know if that would be more or less calming for where I work at the moment. Hey, bouncer! You slackass, get back in here! Bouncer? Is that the password? Bouncer? Sir. Is that it? I'm so confused. That it? Come on, bouncer, get back in here. Get back to work. Thank you. Bouncer slacking off as usual. Right? Bounce is not even sick. He just literally didn't show up. To be fair, it took me 2 hours to remember he existed. It took me 2 hours to remember he was meant to be at work, so kind of my fault. I'll take the blame on that. I fell down. I got to reply to you. In Eid, we do give children money as a gift and have a big family dinner. I kind of like Christmas. I know I don't even think I finished my thought on the Jehovah's Witnesses, but they have, I forget what they call it, but it's like gift-giving day. That one's a little bit closer to Christmas, to be fair, because it basically is the same event, but they just don't celebrate the same, not the same thing. They give gifts because I guess you'd say they want to, as opposed to needing a reason to. Although I'm not actually sure what they object to. The celebration of Christmas from the Catholic standpoint, I believe, is Saint Noel, isn't it? But then the Protestant belief is not actually sure. And then I'm never actually too... Oh, I put it down again. I'm never actually too clued in as to what sects of Catholicism worship saints. Working at a Lutheran school at the moment, I can tell you they worship saints because there are saints all over the plaques everywhere that say saint this and saint that, despite not being privy to it all myself. Seems Lutheran believe in sainthood. Although, I just remembered, sainthood is something that's in the Protestant Bible too. But I believe the Protestant sainthood is closer to just anyone of faith. More like the adjective of a saint rather than the descriptive or the title. Alright, we gotta clean this window up here. Give it a go, shall we? That reaches. Okay. Probably better to do that one over them. There we go. Round the window. Round the window frame. Alright. Part of the house not looking too bad at the moment. Welcome in, Nahid. I apologize if I butchered your name. I give everyone one attempt, and if I get it wrong, I ask for clarification. fell. In the Middle East, it depends on the region. Some regions have big Christian presence. They celebrate big Christians present. They celebrate Christmas. Oh, big right. But where I live, no Christmas. Got it. So is Eid celebrated in the same time, or is that a different time of year? I also apologize if I am getting that wrong. I fell off again. Come here. I'd probably clean the front door. That way when the butler comes out, he won't be mad at me. I can't put this on the thing? Really? That's pointless. Tire on the scaffolding. Right. We're almost 4/5 of the way through. You know, actually, I think I marked this pretty okay. Because if that was my halfway point on this pillar here, not including the fountain, I think I might have actually fallen a little short. I'm pretty sure that might have been the halfway point for the house, but because the fountain also counts as well. It probably counted up to 60% by the time I got there because of that reason. Everything is done and dusted over here in Egypt. I'll be back in England to see your handiwork very soon. How long were you in Egypt? Do not know about the time. I assume it is the same. Stuck? But we're stuck. Yeah, so Christianity is not unanimous. There's different sects of Christianity. And even when I separate them out into, like I was saying just before, how Catholics and sainthood is something I'm not super familiar on. I don't know if all Catholics recognize saints, but I know some Catholics recognize sainthood, like an ordained status within the ministry, I suppose. Lutherans have a lot of or at least my Lutheran school I work at has a lot of plaques that have the names of saints on them. And I wouldn't have a clue who any of those saints are or what their story is, but that's just because I'm a bit ignorant to it all a little bit. But it's more to the point that some religions do function, even though you might have Lutheran Catholics, they might be different to, like, there's a sect of Catholics that don't follow the Pope. Obviously there is the Pope, and the Roman Catholic, I think, is his sect. There's all these different areas. Even when you say Catholic, it splits so much and so varied between all of those different factions. And one of the few things that I am fairly confident on is that the Protestants split off from the Catholics, at least in the sense that the Protestants, I believe, wanted to read the Bible for themselves. When the printing press was invented and the Bible was able to be printed for the masses, I think it was the Protestants who split off because they wanted they wanted the Bible to be public knowledge. I'm fairly confident on that, at least, but it's been a while since I've been up to date on anything of the sort. And I am a bit ignorant on a lot of that topic. There we go. How quick do you think Lara can get back from Egypt to England? An hour? Do you think we have an hour? An hour sounds about right. Although she said she's finishing up in England, so maybe we have an hour or two. Who knows? There we go. Hours so far. We'll round it up to 3. We'll add an extra half hour on for what I didn't stream with the fountain. You think it'd be way more than 1 hour from Egypt to England? Wouldn't have thought so. It's not that far south, isn't it? I assume she's taking a plane. At least 3 hours. I suppose that's good news. It means I have tons of time. I did tab out to go look up Egypt to England flights. But instead got distracted. No one saw anything. This 3 hours does seem a bit excessive. Wow. Flights to the United Kingdom from Cairo, 5 hours. Really? That seems so surprising to me. I suppose it's a little further away than I thought. I'll have to clean up my giveaways page after this because I have had so many dud giveaways running. Just testing with it. I had 3 just from testing alone. And I've not deleted any. Because once you make the half of my issue, once you make a giveaway, it takes away the management page. You only see the active one. Thought it was just a 4-hour flight. You know, apparently 5 hours is the shortest I could find. At least tickets for right now said 5 hours. Non-stop flights between 2 cities. Most of them said anywhere between Well, I'll say the average was like 7 hours, seemingly. From Cairo to United Kingdom. But there was one that listed 14 hours of flight. That one also said non-stop actually no, it said 2 city stops. But it didn't say non-stop. So maybe that was the difference. Maybe the 14-hour flight had a overnight at one of the airports. Ding! But yeah, surprising. Oh, we're out of music! That's all 80 songs on this playlist for Tomb Raider. Tomb Raider PS1 OST. Let's get the classic soundtrack. The remake was... The remake... Very fancy, but nothing beats a classic. I think it was it this year or last year? I actually went out and bought the synth mix from the Tomb Raider orchestral collection. What is he? The original composer tours with his work, and he sells the synth mix, which is a remastered version of the PS1 synth mix we're listening to at the moment. And he's also got the orchestral version, which he tours and performs with an actual orchestra. I have to say, for all of the video games out there that I do love and enjoy, Tomb Raider was my first. Before Crash Bandicoot, before Croc, before Oblivion, it was Tomb Raider. It was just so cool, she was so badass. The only time I ever put Tomb Raider down, I was probably too young to be playing it back in the day, but oh well. I did. But one of the first memories I ever have of Tomb Raider was in Tomb Raider 1, where I punched in the cheat code to get to the final boss fight, and the final boss in the first Tomb Raider gave me genuine fight or flight response, and I jumped into the lava pit below. Horrifying thing for young me to experience. And I've never beat the game since, actually. Or at all, I should say. It was on my list of to-do things on stream. Here we are instead. Instead of playing Tomb Raider, I'm cleaning Lara Croft's mansion in a Powerwash simulator. Although, to be fair, I did plan on going through and touring the mansion after we were done. I never played Mario. So, technically, I never did fall in love with Mario. $14 seems like a lot. I think from here to the USA is around 18 hours, so there's no way England is I think the 14-hour one had stops in between. Like you're probably meant to rent a hotel for a night and then fly the next morning. Because the ones that were 5 to 7 hours said, like they advertised as not stopping at all. Like you just board one plane, jump onto the next. Ding. You, get here. Where are you? Come here. You never played Tomb Raider? I honestly don't know many people that did. It was one of those games where I always heard people in their 30s complaining about, but I never actually knew anyone that played it. Not until the remake, at least. When the remake came out by Square Enix, then I know a lot of people that played it, said it was great, and I just couldn't bring myself to do it. All the acrobatics were gone, all of the character charm was gone. Acrobatics. Some of the platforming in Tomb Raider is probably the most fun, and considering the limitations of the movement system, it's tank controls, which means you have no quick way to turn around. You have no way to deal with enemies behind you, and they actually thought of a solution to that problem. They gave you, because on PC it's numpad, 8-4-6-2 on the numpad is your movement. 2 is hard. It's the slowest back step you could ever want. But 5 in the center is a 180-degree flip. You can immediately turn around 180 degrees using numpad 5. A brilliant solution to the problem. And it gave you so much momentum. Like it really did accelerate that feeling of acrobatics that Lara had in the early games. No! God, I suck at this. I was playing through. I don't remember if it was an emulated version or the Steam version. I'm pretty sure it was the Steam version. About a year and a half ago, I started up a Tomb Raider 1 run. And I'm pretty sure I beat the Tomb of... is it the Tomb of Qualapik? I didn't get very far. Tomb of... is it Qualapik? No. I forget whose tomb it is, but it's basically the first level. The theme song is so gorgeous. Did I finish the remake? Which remake was that, sorry? I haven't played the new Tomb Raiders. Despite owning most of the Tomb Raider franchise from start to finish, I don't think I will either. It just doesn't... it's not my type of thing. The new Tomb Raiders are too different. But Tomb Raider recently sold Square Enix sold off the rights to Eidos Interactive, and Eidos Interactive, as far as I know, are the people behind the new remake, the Tomb Raider 1 to 3 remastered collection that's coming out on February 14th. And I will be picking that up. I still think I prefer the original visuals, but there's no reason not to support classic Lara. And if that shows these companies that there's money to be made with classic Lara, then maybe we'll get an actual follow-up to the original story. It's been 10 years of prequels. We want Lara back. I want Lara back. Bug. Thunk. Well, if Lara's on our way back from Cairo, Egypt, we've got another whole 3 hours. It's minimum, or even actually. Plenty of time. What's everyone else been up to while I've been gone? Anything interesting happen in my absence? I don't think I've streamed since September, have I? No, I had a couple of streams since September. I did, Hard Space Shipbreaker, didn't I? And actually, even more recently, I did Monster Hunter, didn't I? Where I was basically troubleshooting the game not working. I now have a good series. I had a little. If the classic that's being sold, let me see if Steam crashes again when I do this. Yep. Steam not happy. Steam very not happy. There we go. So I'm mixed, because obviously, it goes without saying, well, this has dialogue. Or not. Obviously it goes without saying.
You have my total attention now.
This
I'm
has
not
dialogue.
quite sure if I've got yours, though. Hello?
Hello?
I'll heel and hide you to a barn door yet.
Of course.
You and that driveling piece of the Scion. You want to keep it so bad, I'll harness it right up your...
Wait. We're talking about the artifact here?
Damn straight we are. Right up.
Hold on. I'm sorry. This piece, you say. Where's the rest?
Miss Natla put Pierre DuPont on that trail.
And where is that?
Ha! You ain't fast enough for him.
So you think all this talking is just holding me up?
I don't know where his little jackrabbit frog legs are running him to. You'll have to ask Miss Natla.
Thank you. I think I will.
Thank you. I will.
These mummies, these Atlantean mummies here, are terrifying because they look at you. Also, shout out to the chicken glyph. It's my favorite Egyptian glyph.
One of the two just rulers of Atlantis, who even after the curse of the continent had tried to keep rule here.
Who?
One of the two just...
Who?
Here lies Tehokan,
Tehokan.
one of the two just rulers of Atlantis, who even after the curse of the continent had tried to keep rule here in these barren other lands. He died without child, and his knowledge has no heritage. Look over us kindly, Tehokan.
Tehokan and Qualopec were two of the three rulers of Atlantis. Natla was the third, and she was entombed in ice as punishment for betrayal, and ironically, saved her from the doom.
And you?
Speaking of Natla,
Reopening, I assume.
Evolution's in a rut, natural selection at an all-time low. Shipping out fresh meat will incite territorial rages again. Will strengthen and advance us. Even create new breeds.
Kind of evolution on steroids, then.
A kick in the pants. Those runts Qualopec and Tehokan had no idea. The cataclysm of Atlantis struck a race of languoring wimps, plummeted them to the very basics of survival again. It shouldn't happen like that.
Or like this.
Hatching commences in 15 seconds.
Too late for abortions now.
Not without the heart of the operation.
No!
10. 5.
This is the cutscene to the boss fight that scared the pee out of me when I was like 7. But I do have hope. This remake does look faithful. Because, look at this. Look how blocky everything looks. But that's not a bad thing. All of the platforming in this game is based on block-specific distance. You can run and jump 2 blocks across, 1 block up. You can run and jump 3 blocks across, I'm pretty sure, and ledge grab both. 1 higher or 1 block further. It's a very measured platform-based game. Seeing this blockiness makes me really, really excited to actually play the remake. Because while the visuals, they look nice. They got proper lighting, they got proper shading. And that tomb there has actual, like, god rays and stuff. I am excited to try this out. Nothing will beat the original for me. But if this is actually popular enough to sell enough copies to justify getting a sequel, I would be excited. A little cautious, perhaps, because again, this is a very archaic way of doing platforming. I would be curious to know how a modern interpretation of this would work, because obviously you wouldn't really want to continue with the blocky format. But I don't know if we have... I don't think I have audio playing through. Look at all the blockiness! So gorgeous. The dinosaur is the only letdown for me. This guy does not look scary anymore. PS1, PlayStation 1 graphics dinosaurs are terrifying. When you round out their polygons, they look way less intimidating and way more dorky. Like a plush toy. He's not scary anymore, he's just a big giant cuddly plush toy. God, that jump is freaky. But it looks like they've built on the shell of the old game, which is really exciting to see, because one of the downsides of the old game is just that it's old. If you fix the fact it's old, probably won't suck so bad anymore. Be nice. I won't have to mod cutscenes over top of the game to get it to not look 480p. Or worse. That's currently what you have to do with the DOS version. The DOS version cutscenes really suck, and you have to put the PlayStation 1 cutscenes over the top. I say have to, you don't have to, but it does look so much nicer with the PlayStation cutscenes instead of the DOS cutscenes. Probably speed through a couple of the first missions of the game, actually. Tonight. I'll do a tour of the mansion when we're done. And then we'll see if we can go find the old T-Rex. Does anyone remember that PlayStation demo disc that came with the T-Rex? There was one with a manta ray too. Where is... What are you? Permadeath, perma when stream dies. Oh, that's for Odd Space Shipbreaker. Renomas video is local. Renomas photo is local. Picture in picture. Window capture. funny tech tips. Oh! I've forgotten where I've put in my my element for... I could just do backup. No, I can't do backup capture. YouTube music is a browser element. I've lost it. Picture is the Bethesda.net launcher. But now, what was I looking up? PlayStation 1 demo disc dino. It was nothing but a tech demo, but PS1 graphic monsters just hit different. That's scary. And the way he walks at you, look at this. Just out of the shadows. That's basically the whole thing. You get to rotate him, open his mouth. It's literally a tech demo. Like, it was just someone wanted to show off the PlayStation capabilities and how cool the graphics looked. There was also a manta ray version of this tech demo too. Basically the same thing, but with a fish instead of a dino. Music was still a little unsettling here for some reason. No, I think, like, old style graphics don't look bad. I mean, you get people that make games look like this now. I mean, look at Ultra Kill. Ultra Kill has less polygons than this demo does on the PlayStation 1. And Ultra Kill still looks good. Bingo. Not much more left and Lara Croft be home. PlayStation 2 system main menu ambience for 2 hours, and it is 2 hours long. Why not? I want a nostalgia kick. Oh, I missed like a whole bunch here. I'll admit, it said 2 hours of ambience, but I can't hear anything anymore. One of those don't know what else I was expecting moments, perhaps. Go down, please. That'll do. But we do need some music. The PlayStation sound makes you feel old. You know what? I know what we're gonna put on.
Start your engine! For every computer entertainment year of production. Fasten your seatbelts for another Naughty Dog creation.
I remember when Naughty Dog made games after. I'm old. Stutter. You better stutter. I'm gonna be annoyed if it was only my PlayStation that stuttered. Ah! It stuttered! Oh, we gotta watch him get beat up. I actually beat Crash Team Racing on stream this year. I beat Crash Team Racing. It was Intelligence Cube along with it. And I don't think I beat Croc. What else did I play though? It was I think it was a Spyro Tech demo on Crash Team Racing. It is kind of insane how many more polygons the Spyro demo on Crash Team Racing has than Crash Team Racing itself. I also wasn't expecting the intro to be in the OST. I would have just played this instead then. Another weird thing about Crash Team Racing, you don't actually know what's happening unless you let the startup screen sit idle. This is the cutscene that explains everything, but it doesn't play unless you leave the main menu idle. Oh, they cut the dialogue out. Because I remembered this cutscene, and when I streamed the game the other month, when I streamed the game earlier this year, I remembered the cutscene, but it didn't play, and I was so confused. Because I completely forgot it only plays when you sit on the main menu for 60 seconds. You can't hear any of the sound effects. The clang from... I just... No, hang on. I'm gonna bring this up because I remember that cutscene has the clang when it gets to... not embryo. Oh god, the rocket head man. How have I forgotten his name? Where's the intro movie? It has a clang. Here it is. So when you're idle on the main menu, this is the only way you get to find out the story. This doesn't play if you just hit start game.
Greetings, creatures of this land. I come to compete. So, you pesky earth slugs like to race, eh? Well, nitrous oxide, I'm the fastest racer in the galaxy. I travel the stars looking for creatures to test my skills. It's a little game I call survival of the fastest. Here's the way we play. I challenge the best driver of your world to a race for the planet. If your driver wins, I'll leave your miserable little rock alone. But if I win, I'll turn your entire globe into a concrete parking lot and make you my slaves. Get ready to race for the fate of your planet.
There's a tiny tiger that does the crashing. I thought there was one for the rocket head guy. Guess not. There you go. I did remember the banging, just didn't remember who it was. Tiny, not... I hate that I've forgotten his name. Is it... Nitrous oxide is the bad guy. He's the alien. The Komodo dragons are the lizards that I think were only in the first 3 games and not after that. Pinstripes the rat. And Brio is the mad scientist, the one with the actual brains and the tick in his voice. Who's the rocket guy? And Brio, nitrous oxide. I'm not looking it up, I refuse to. But oh well. I'll remember it at some point in a week's time. Back to what we're actually doing, which is cleaning Lara's mansion. We've somehow jumped between different nostalgia trips to end up listening to Crash Team Racing while cleaning Lara's house. Too many layers deep. Also, this game is my first introduction into horizontally layered music. I'm so hungry all of a sudden. Alright, we're at 99%. So what's left? We wasted a whole extra hour. Still got plenty of time before Lara should be home. Lore! Done. What else is there? At this point, Let's have a check. 1 mana wall left. Got it. Next. It's a gable decor. Ah, hang on. No, gable decoration? Up there. Oh, to do. You're missing one. You're missing one. And a tower as well. Ah. Bingo. Bingo. One more thing. Done. Okay. So I thought getting 100% would open the door. In the actual game, there's a switch, I'm pretty sure, on this statue. Pretty sure you can't jump over. Where's my tea, too? I don't have any tea. Nothing on top of the statue. Let's give one more decent effort into climbing over. Still an invisible wall. There is 100% a maze. Completely there. certain it's not like a specific arch you have to break through. That would not make any sense. If you had to break through a specific spot, you would want hints, visual hints. Let's look at the montage. Look at me do the pool, the fountain. I really wish there were ways to save these. They look so neat. So what if I hit continue? Oh shit, there's more! Lara Crop's obstacle course and quad bike. So now we're up to Tomb Raider 3. Your work on the house was impressive, and I'm not easily impressed. I can almost see dear old Rose taking her Levinses out on the western lawn. Winston was the butler even back then, apparently. At the back of the matter, you'll find my obstacle course, an invaluable training aid in periods of convalescence, and beyond it, my trusty quad bike. They've both suffered terribly over the years, the obstacle course at the hands of the British weather, and the quad bike at the hands of yours truly. I trust you like a challenge as much as I do. Alright! Do we keep going? Stage 2, apparently. Here we are at the back of the mansion. So I believe you actually got a secret if you beat this. That's quite a leap. That ledge grab there. That doesn't work as a ladder? No. Then I can't do the next step if that doesn't work as a ladder. And I can't put this there either! That's so lame. An obstacle course may seem an eccentric choice for the grounds of an archaeologist. But not all archaeologists like to sit around and dust off artifacts in a museum. Some of us like to dig a little deeper. obstacle course is different. Also, I'm not actually sure if 3 had the obstacle course. I think that might have been 2. 3 had the quad bike for sure, but I'm pretty sure 3 had a quad bike track. It was like an obstacle course for the quad bike. This is an obstacle course for Lara. No. I'm doing this. Ridiculous. Right. Hey, Crazy. Merry Christmas. Not muted, I just don't have filtering on Discord today. So the bird is very sensitive. I normally do have filtering enabled, but that's when other people are in the call. Because without filtering, you hear every key press on my keyboard, you hear every sniffle. Thankfully, OBS still has filtering though. So I'm hoping none of that's coming through on the stream. How are you? Hope you're doing well. I'm on my 2 weeks holiday break. I've got until the 8th of January, I think it is, before I'm back at work. So I'm going to try and make the most of it. Come say hi to people and I can climb up that. I can climb up that, but not up the rope. Sure, game. In an unwanted detox. Staying clean for Christmas or something. I can't tell if this is rusted or not. Does look quite rusted. You out with family for Christmas then? Oh my god, that... Wow! That is rust! And I do need to clean it off. It's not with the wide nozzle. I have my first use case for not using the wide nozzle. Ah, you ran out a few days ago, guy can't get a decent price, so you got no choice. And is it just the Christmas rush hiking prices or something? I don't know. I imagine it's the same as everything. Probably seasonal prices. Most fruit and veg. Same as food and stuff, right? Prices for ham goes up during Christmas. Vegetables is... wow, English. Vegetables are seasonal. Are more expensive when out of season and stuff like that. On top of that, also having supply and demand too. They always hike the price for the holidays? That's a bummer to hear. It's one thing for like supply and demand, right? If something is in high demand, then the price obviously goes up because that's how that works. But just hiking the price because it's holidays seems a bit... just a bit rude. At least, to me, it makes sense with the hams. Christmas hams run out. If you don't have your Christmas ham ready to go the week before Christmas, you probably aren't going to get one. Or if you at least haven't ordered in advance, you won't. But that's because there's just only so much you can have to go around at a certain point in time like that. But if there's still stuff in stock and they're just raising the price, that's kind of shitty. I hope it's not being too rough on you though. Hey, Demandre. Welcome. This yet. You got the IRL version of this game? I'm hearing that. I've never in my life known a single person to own a power washer, but I always hear it's a common thing, apparently. Go up. Oh, I can't climb now, I've cleaned it. And I fell down. Go up the old-fashioned way. I think mine's some kind of steam version of a power washer because I don't seem to make any puddles. My water just evaporates, along with anything it touches. Running, jumping, swinging, climbing, the essential repertoire of an adventurer. Constantly honing my skills is the difference between finding a relic and becoming one myself. She's not even lying either. The amount of death traps in the original 3 Tomb Raiders. We're getting there. I should probably be worried I'm only 20% of the way through. We gotta go shopping it seems, just another barging. For the 24th and the store's gonna be closing. Yeah, I don't think we had anything open here on the 24th, bar the big brand name stuff. But I didn't go shopping. I probably should have, but I did all my Christmas shopping last week. Got it out of the way. And the question at this point is if there's anything left on the shelves. 11 horsepower, 3,300 PSI at 3.5 gallons a minute. That's actually not as much water as I thought. I suppose it's not exactly the volume of water, it's just the power it's producing, pushing it out the nozzle. You don't need a lot of water before it hurts when it hits you. This has to go fast. So here's the question though, if you were in an actual power washer. Where does the water come from? Do you have to wear like a backpack? Because in this universe, we just have a fancy magic alien space gun that holds infinity water. Although I will say, if you go to the shop, you've got there's like a nozzle on the bottom here, which looks like it would just plug into a regular hose. But I don't know any hose that would pump that amount of water though. Yours works from the hose? Annoying to get there. I do like they kind of gave us stepping stones here so that we can get back up. Pretty sure they're not in the base, actually the base game, in the actual obstacle course from Tomb Raider. There's no way we have to get on top of the top, is there? There we go. That's everything. I'm pretty sure I've done a thorough enough job to keep moving. No, I really wouldn't have thought. I wouldn't have thought a garden hose could output 3.5 gallons a minute. That is a lot of water. Not as much as I thought, but still a lot. Much further into the end. We're a quarter of the way through. You know what? Let's try something. How much further do we have left to go? I've followed us all the way around. Not that far. Looks like she stole some of the aquatic level architecture. It really does look like she stole some of the level design from the aquatics section. Ding ding. What's with the sound effect? I don't remember these trees being here. Also, Lara's quad bike was green. My immersion, people. Lara's quad bike was green, not red. However, this is probably accurately modelled. Just not the right colour. Oh. The quad bike clean. Which part? The tire? There we go. Pretty sure that's everything. So much to do. actually thinking of making some slight changes to the course to help me learn some new moves. Small hop, armor crawling, and a new super jump that I'd like to do whilst running. I'm also practicing flattening myself against the wall and peering around corners so I can monitor a Powerwash's progress without being seen. Wait, stop that. There we go. Can you even tell us what soap would be best for a surface? This level. To this day, Hog Wild is my least favorite level in any of the Crash Bandicoot games. Even Bridge to Nowhere was better than Hog Wild, because Hog Wild has this really difficult angled jump that you kind of have to be pixel perfect on. Super annoying. That's got a bridge. IRL power washing ain't fun. Really? Well, the way I hear most people talk about it. I suppose the real thing would be a lot more messy though, wouldn't it? We were talking about that before when we were cleaning the fountain. It was just covered in mold. Like a ridiculous amount of mold too. Caked on. And it occurred to me that, as you probably noticed, everything we clean just sort of magically cleans. The amount of mold we were cleaning off of this fountain though, you would think it would just be piled in the corner in this bowl of sludge. It was just that bad. I imagine that's not fun either, because it doesn't exactly get rid of the problem of the gunk. It cleans whatever you spray off, but this is all gotta go somewhere. Probably gotta clean underneath these too, don't I? Gun pushes back all the time, getting sprayed with cold water now and then. And the dirt gets blasted everywhere. I imagine for small jobs though, like the quad bike that we did over there, that would probably be how I would imagine an ideal situation would be. Something like this where you'd hose it off and you just leave a bit of mud underneath it. Move the bike off somewhere else and the mud sort of just... I mean, I've lived on farm most of my life, we'd leave the mud there. Probably hose it off into the sand pit. But that's what I imagine the most practical use case is. This game takes everything and filth. You would just end up swimming in mud and mold. Because I may not have ever seen a power washer before, but we did used to just hose off vehicles like that. Took them out onto the farmyard after it rained and we'd get back and just hose it off. A similar end result, I'm sure. Just a puddle of dirt and mud underneath the vehicle. For small jobs like that, we didn't have to worry too much about it though. And I've got to turn down a bit for the stream, but you are right. If this game is anything to go by, they are very noisy. What am I missing? Ah. There we go. Plus a loud lawnmower engine running hard. I suppose it would need an engine, wouldn't it? I'd imagine so. Or you just get over-ear. You're using it frequently. A couple of those over-ear noise cancelling earmuffs probably wouldn't be a bad investment. When you hold it, you can hear they sampled a gas-powered one. Like, would a gas-powered one be quieter? Because there is kind of like a hum beneath the spray. Oh, found it. There we go. That side of the engine will be running at all times, not just when you pull the trigger. I wonder if... Master volume, water tone, UI non-dialectic volume, or non-diegetic. Water reverb mix. If I turn that off, do we just get the engine? No, it's one and the same. One and the same by the seams of it. Not menu, options. What's water tone? It just shapes the sound. Okay, that's very tinny. I didn't have a problem with it being basically where it was. I might tweak that a little later on, but it's fine. Oh, I'm out. Come on, please. Thank you. There's that one. There's that one. Oh. Look on YouTube for gas pressure washer. Since we're out of music. Let me have a look. The dreaded forbidden 4-letter combination. ASMR. Most satisfying video ever. High pressure washing ASMR deep clean. No, I want gas pressure wash. Seven hours of oddly satisfying power washing to get you out of any event. Is this all engine based? It's also not very good quality audio. Good lord, how much grime is on his driveway? This is all turned down so much. A gas pressure wash is rare. That one seems like it's turned down too. You can hear the quiet little motor running in the background. Need some music. I have Mark 3. These white screens are hurting my eyes. Let's listen to this album. It's on my wish list. Find out if I want it. Well, not that I'll be out of here much. Gas is the most common type. It looked like all the ones I could find on YouTube. I suppose this could be a definitions thing. Because when I hear gas, I honestly think of like gas stove. But if it's gasoline, then yeah, then I was finding those. Because most of the ones I found Even looks like they had a lawnmower attached to them. When I was typing in I'll admit too, I typed in, was it Powerwash or ASMR? Was what I typed in. Oop, throw down. Morning, shrub. That could have been my fault though with a terminology problem. That's probably my mistake thinking like gas is in gas stovetop. I struggle finding my words at the best of times. Let alone when I get them wrong. More of these steps. I hate these steps. I also feel like these ropes. I don't know if there's anything behind them I need to do. Incidentally, I was recommended your services by a mutual friend. Santa? They provided invaluable help on my journeys for a number of years, but they've gone their way and I've gone mine. I'm sorry, what was that? I believe they're helping you now, so do say hi. You! The butler? He still hasn't brought me my tea. Now I'm kind of intrigued to start the campaign story mode for this game. Lara always worked alone. Well, I'm not sure if that remains true through all the way through 3. I don't remember. Never finished 2 or 3. Game has a story now? As far as I'm aware, it always did, but not one you just got told in cutscenes. More of like a read between the lines kind of story. But apparently, at least since launch, it's had a story about... I don't don't really know how to describe it, but from what I understood, it was a story of intrigue and mystery. That all of this power washing you're doing actually has some kind of, I don't know if it's deeper meaning or just backstory to it, but I suppose I'll have to find out now that Lara Croft's hinted at someone from her old job being in the business. I'll have to go find out who. I'm gonna need a ladder here, aren't I? The butler is still here. I've been promised tea at least twice, and I've yet to see any tea being brought my way yet. I know he's old, but I was promised tea. I think you're right, it might actually be tea time. I would say let me finish off this clean and then I'll go get some tea, but that could be 3 more hours. Gosh, it is tempting. Try and finish this off first before taking a break. We are over halfway, but that means we are at least in for another hour before I go get tea at that rate. Good lord, this is filthy. I'm also pretty sure if there is any story, it's mostly told to you through the dialogue you get while cleaning. So it'd probably be pretty easy to miss. Oh, okay. You're so dirty here, eh? There we go. Any plans for Christmas? Not really. I normally keep to myself during holiday season, but I do have family dinner tomorrow night and family dinner the day after Christmas. So that's all the plans I've got. Couple of dinners and then I get to stay home till New Year's. Actually, that's not entirely true. I plan to go see Christmas light. We're gonna go see some Christmas lights with, I was gonna go see Christmas lights with my John. Got it out there. since it's not something either of us have done in a while, we thought it'd be a neat thing to do. Besides that, no. How about yourself? It's a cool house a few minutes away from me that has our life synced up to a radio station. I've heard of a couple of people doing that, actually. Never seen it, but there's one in a town... nearby town to where I am apparently does that. Hello? There we go. It was the meadow bit. You're just gonna have Christmas lunch with the family tomorrow? 8:24 in the morning. Oh, good lord. Tomorrow is Christmas. I need to make sure I get enough sleep before I think about anything like that. I was planning to make a pear and walnut salad to take around to Christmas, actually. I have to remember to do that too. Right. Mustn't have long left now. will say one game I've kind of been sneaking on the side after work lately. I've been playing a bit of No Man's Sky. Because I realized I don't have all the achievements for it. I was missing 3 achievements. So I went out and I got 2 of them. And the third one is a total pain in the ass. Because it's something like 8 hours on a... It's not 8 hours, it's closer to 2. But it feels like 8 hours because you have to spend the time in active danger. It's something like 2 hours spent in a hazardous environment. An extreme hazard planet is the requirement. But it has to be on a survival difficulty or higher. So I just loaded up one of my super old abandoned permadeath saves, and I was like, well, this permadeath save is technically survival. And I've been achievement hunting on that. But this hazard planet achievement is driving me insane. I don't even think I'm halfway. I'm up to 8,000 seconds on a high hazard planet at the moment. And I have to get, that's 8,000 seconds was the 5th or 6th star. I think it's about halfway on the star chart for achievements. But I have to then go through, there we go. I have to then go through and double the amount of time. And that's just so, like, I've put 20 hours into this save so far. And over that time, I've occasionally clocked up a few hours on high hazard planets. High hazard planets just naturally seeming to be where I gravitate to in that game, apparently. But the idea of sitting there and mind-numbingly spending 8,000 seconds of my life sat there entering and exiting my starship just to get a timer up is just true. I have a settlement there, and I've also figured out the best way to go about it. The timer counts up so long as you have extreme... anything that counts as extreme. Extreme weather, extreme temperature, extreme cold. Anything that says extreme will count towards it. But here's the catch. It's not really a catch, it's a catch in your favor. You get to abuse this mechanic, but so long as the timer is counting up or down, whether your hazard environment suit is being taken away from, or whether or not it's regaining energy, that counts towards the timer. I've made a settlement on one of these high hazard planets. And the part where that does catch you out with knowing that fact is that the timer counts both ways, when you lose and when you gain, is that when you go inside the settlement, it actually skyrockets your hazard... I don't know what you call it. Hazard recharge? Your, it's not life support. What's the other one? It's just hazard. But I've forgotten hazard what. But, the point being, when you go inside the settlement, it recharges quickly. Within a few seconds, kind of quickly. However, if you get in your starship, it recharges slowly. Very, very slowly. Which means you can abuse your starship instead of your sanctuary. Just jump in and out of your starship and you get, unless it's a storm, you get about 100 seconds out in the open. And then you get 120 seconds back in your starship while it recharges. If you use a sanctuary, it's 100 seconds in the open and about 10 to 20 in your sanctuary before you have to go back out. So the starship is the least effective way of recharging your hazard, but the most effective way to count up that timer. As fun as it is, I must admit to a twinge of guilt every time I see that quad bike. I must have driven Winston around the bend with my perpetual tire marks on the manor. Covered it everywhere. Even got onto the roof on one occasion. The quad bike is actually one of the few ways you can get yourself killed at the Croft Manor. Because you take full damage while on the quad bike if it falls from a high height. So, if you just keep taking chip damage while falling on the quad bike, you can die at Croft Manor. Being a kid and doing stupid stuff like that in games is always fun. It was kind of pointless, you just AFK to get them. For that one, you just sat AFK in a cave you made. I think they might have patched it. Because from what I've seen, you can't count up the timer. Like it says days survived on an extreme planet, but the timer only counts up now when the hazard is ticking. Because I thought the same thing. I was just like, oh, I'll sit AFK in my ship for 15 days and that should be enough, right? But I found out way too late into that thought that the timer wasn't counting up while I was in the open, in the ship, in my settlement. Underwater was another one, because I thought, oh, if I'm out in the open but just underwater, then surely that should still count as being out on the hazard planet. But the timer stops the moment that the hazard stops ticking. So I feel like they have patched it, because I remember that being way easier to get. Or maybe it is like a survival versus normal mode thing, because last time I got this achievement it was on normal mode. I just want to use Sam to get it. Oh, Steam Achievement Manager. No, I'm gonna do it legitimately. I will look into what that is, though. Would be a neat resource to know about. I've already put in enough effort into the achievement, I don't mind going the extra step, but it kind of really does boil down to me just putting on a YouTube video and jumping in and out of my ship every 2 minutes. I suppose at some point I might get bored and just go do something else. And try and find a cross-reference between hazardous planets and quests. It was the first achievement I wanted to get. The reason I even picked up that save file in the first place was because I realized I'd never... Outside of the expedition, I'd never been through the center of the universe. I've only ever lived in the Euclid galaxy. And the expedition last year, one of them took you through the center of the universe. Took you to a new galaxy. And that was the first time I'd ever done the trip. And that was pretty monumental, and it was pretty cool. But expeditions are normal saves. So the achievement for traveling to the center of the galaxy on a survival or higher difficulty was never ticked off. And that was the crux. That was the initial achievement I wanted to unlock. And the reason I picked the permadeath save up from the graveyard. And that would have taken forever if I hadn't found out a proper way to do that. Traveling to the center of the universe outside of hyper black holes is insane. And even then, I'm pretty sure the expedition used the gateway. And so, I used the gateway. Because as it turns out, you only need one glyph and you can travel about 5,000 miles away from the center of the universe. The first glyph you find in any save file, punched in, what is it, 16 times? Into a gateway that you find via a monolith. And the first glyph 16 times in a row seemingly always takes you a short hop away from the center of the universe, or center of the galaxy rather. And if I hadn't learned that, I'd probably still be trying to grind my way to the center of the galaxy on Euclid. I probably wouldn't have had much issue getting my hazard thing up either at that point. With all the traveling I'd be doing. I'd never really found myself motivated to travel to the other universes before. And so I'd never noticed how much of a slog it actually is. Like, it's a real time-consuming game when you're actually trying to travel. You've gotten to the center pretty easy? With I had an interceptor ship. The interceptor ship I found on my permanent save had a hyperdrive of something like 700 stock. Before upgrades, this was a hyperdrive of 700. And I'll admit, if I put in the effort to find hyperdrive upgrades, it probably would have been fine. From memory, the highest I'd ever seen personally, without interceptor ships being in the game, was about 1200. So 700 seemed pretty decent, all in all. But I know I could have done a lot better, because that was stock. At 700 hyperdrive range, I was able to jump 1,000 units from planet to planet. If I asked for a black hole from Polo, I could jump up to anywhere between 5,000 and 7,000 units, light years. And I had managed to get, from the start of my save, I'd managed to travel 200,000 light years, so I'd made some decent effort in my time playing the save file. But I had 600,000 left to go. I think by the time I'd figured out that you could use the gateways, I was almost at 500,000. I was at 620,000 light years left. And then I found out about gateways, the first code always guaranteeing pretty close proximity to the center of the galaxy, and I just went for that instead. Because at the end of the day, I understand it would have been more of an achievement to have done it the old-fashioned way, but I was literally just looking to get the achievement, not to like brag about doing it the old-fashioned way. I wanted the Steam points more than the bragging rights, if that makes sense. I can't say I would have been motivated to do that the old-fashioned way. That one. It seems a little time-consuming. At the very least, the Hazard Planet one, I know I can get it done in a few hours. But it's just so mind-numbing. It's a few hours dedicated sitting on a hazard planet, jumping in and out of my starship, counting up my hazard timer. It's not so bad when you have stuff to watch, or if you're eating food and you just bring up a video on the side and tab back into the game and press E every few minutes. It's definitely doable. It's just so mentally draining to think about doing nothing but that for hours on end. I say as I play this game. These boxes are so tedious. "95% cleaned. Is this it? Is this the last one?" Okay. We're at 98%. What am I missing? I'm missing quite a lot. I worked backwards from a point, didn't I, without finishing? this looks so good. This is obstacle 11. Ah, I see. Alright. The zipline mount. You don't mean this, do you? The zipline mount. The zipline handle. That thing. Really? Obstacle 6. They do tell me. Block steps. I didn't clean onto you. Wide boxes. Oh, I wonder what I missed here. Small metal piece with a rope connected to. Yeah, you were right. That was exactly where it was. Right. Small boxes on obstacle 7. Hey. Would I hate trying to 100% this game? I missed the quad bike? How is that not it? What else am I missing? Oh. Please just ding. Oh, for fuck's sake. Finally. 7 bands. Straps on 4. Got it. 3 grips. Eleven, 12, 10, 10, 11. Alright, we're good. Aren't they trying to get an S rank and ready or not? The AI is so bad doing it. I've seen the AI bugger up a couple of times, actually. I was watching someone play the other day, and they said to breach and clear a door, and I can understand what went wrong, because the doorway was at the end of a hallway, and the AI clearly go to either side of a breach and clear, left and right. But because it was a hallway, they just stood in the blast radius of the C4 charge, and he lost almost half his crew. 1 incapacitated, 1 dead. Everyone else was at least injured. Definitely seems like there could be some improvements. It was a niche situation, to be fair, but one that shouldn't happen. I like washed out. Here we go. Tunnel trims. That's this, isn't it? Is it this side? Oh, no. There's one. What else do you want from me with this? Okay, alright. Until 11. Box connectors, 19 out of 20. That's the metal straps. There you are. Obstacle 11 net pins. Easy. Obstacle 12, 2 boxes. Which 2? Up 2. Okay, I see this one. Don't crash, please. That's fun. Bingo. Quad bike shock absorbers. Must be the right side on the back here. There you are. Bingo. Well, I feel like it's about time we two of these games for real, hey? We've cleaned up the front of the house and the fountain. We've cleaned up the obstacle course out the side. Can't express how good it is to find someone who works with such exacting standards. I throw myself into my new training regime with confidence, knowing every grab and landing will be true. Much thanks, Lara. Save? Is that how I save the GIF? I'm gonna be so annoyed if that's how I save the GIF. The Jeep and motorboat. We'll have to do that next time. The enemy in 1.0 have ready or not seem to be able to cheat by shooting you through walls or through smoke. I have noticed that. So you can get tagged through a wall. And I've tried to return fire, but it seems super ineffective. Not just the fact that they know where you are and can seem to tag you pretty confidently through the wall, but I don't feel like I do any damage when I return fire. Like, say for example, it's through a door, and you just end up mag dumping a guy through the door. It doesn't feel like it works both ways, which is kind of sad. Doesn't hope to get an S rank, you have to use non-lethals to subdue your enemies. Any pepper guns are just plain bad, and the beanbag shotgun has a chance to kill them. There are other non-lethal methods. I take full lethal all the time, in Ready or Not. I don't bother with non-lethal because it's just too much effort. And I'm also not super perfectionist on those ranking systems yet. I'm just happy to play the game. But you can leg a guy non-lethally. That's usually where I aim if I want to. If I'm in like a cool little one-on-one. If I'm in a 1v1 with a guy, I usually will just leg him so he gets to surrender. I haven't tried shooting the gun out of their hands yet. I don't know if disarming them is an option. But I imagine with smaller firearms and handguns, you might be able to just disarm them. The only thing I'm not too sure about is whether or not legging a guy who's... Because that's the thing, if you have a guy who's not surrendering but isn't firing on you, and your rules of if your rules of engagement say you cannot return fire unless fired upon, which is pretty certain what most of that game is, I don't know, because the beanbags and the pepper guns, I'm pretty sure, are not unlawful use of force at that point if they fail to surrender. Because you can use pepper guns and beanbags on civilians who aren't surrendering. But in that same sentence, it sounds really mean to then turn around and go, oh, just leg a civilian for not surrendering. But I wonder if the game counts that as non-lethal. Actually, I don't think so. I think the civilian will just drop dead, won't they? Because they take damage differently. It's not the same for civilians. But I know I was watching John play it the other day. One of the missions he was doing was in the hotel. I don't know the story or any of the mission debriefing, but it was in a hotel, and his rules of engagement was super strict. He ran into a guy in full body armor, completely geared up, full body armor. He had an N249 and was just backing away. Like, he wasn't surrendering, clearly had no intent to surrender. And he even mentioned later on, John explained to me that that mission, the AI are coded to not give up. They will go out guns blazing. So he went in, he was a little peeved at the time. He went in there and just shot the guy. He was like, well, you're not surrendering. You have an M249. Clearly you're a terrorist. And he got penalized for that because it was unlawful use of force. Unlawful use of lethal force or something. Steam has completely locked up at the moment. Steam has completely give up. I'm on Steam. Load something, please. You know what? I'm gonna do this the old-fashioned way, actually. I have a fix for this. Haven't done this in a long time. Let's see how that works. That's better. See how badly this messes my system up. Has it crashed? Let's try this one. Looks good. Not capturing. There we go. No? Match title, find window, same executable. I believe in you! Come on, OBS! For some reason I can't window capture it either. I don't remember any of the keybinds to get it to windowed.